Too bad I do not have the sound on. I forgot to turn it back on last time I loaded up the game. So it's fine. Surely the intro music is fucking a bop that I can listen to later. That I really... It's because of fucking MD, man. I just don't want to listen to that shit if I'm pressing win rate and watching stuff in the background. No, I didn't post it. Uh... No, we're nowhere near it. Okay. Yeah, I'll pull. The next intervallo is fucking trash, so I don't care. Well, it depends on who they pop. If it's fucking, if it's who I think it could possibly be, or if it's the middle, if it's Ricardo, then I'm absolutely pulling. I don't care. But if it's anything but Ricardo, like another fucking bunny, ugh, yeah, nah. I'm just gonna. I'll keep it normal. We've got, yeah, especially with the audio. Oh wow. Eager? Oh, wow, really? I haven't... Yeah, I guess I haven't gone that one yet, huh? Modion again? Sinclair! Alright, I guess I'll have to extract Meso. Where is it? There it is. Alright, there it is. Let me equip it. Upside 4? Oh yeah. Now the Mercer, I'm just gonna have to leave. Oh, right, because for some reason that one's not the lowest level. I need to one day just waste some modules on some of these older IDs just to get them up to max. That way I can have the LCBs stay so low. Alright, we're going in with this team, obviously. Now let me check something real quick. No. I think for debuffs, I think it's better to be running Barber. funeral. Alright. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I thought I'd see more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gathered in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? My citizens seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Maso. Apparently he the most knowledgeable of them all when it comes to funeral processes and I wonder why. Is this already hints? Are you giving hints this fucking early, Kim? Jesus. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. I'm sure Gregor has been... in the war ground, maybe not. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar, to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instructions to carry yourselves with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. You and your fucking manual. Shut the fuck up. I even underlined all the important parts for you. No. Wait. With how much she talks about reading the manuals, she even underlined the... Like, she would absolutely be Pluto. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from the page 30 onwards. Wow, bet. You know what? This me. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when we set foot in the grim manor of Teacup? In Teacup? Ah, thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou? The one bereft of the dead. Bereft of the dead, I mean someone had to have died, because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Ophir Association. Notarization otherwise. I don't know that word. That's... Notarization? I have said this time and again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent the family strife. Intentional anonymity? Is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth, yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspaper pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified. Manager. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, ain't it? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The citizens seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in the manor, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Then we questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of their memory as if it was a proven fact. Yusuf and I gave up on trying to correct them. Instead, we would just check in on others' memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over, every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. How should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will, I assumed that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've travelled around quite a bit myself, but I can't say confidently that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. Yeah, because most people's bodies are just left on the ground dead. The one at Withering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even made a formal reading of the will. Since funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city, funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant times off just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone, just like that. Better than paying loads of money to bury him somewhere, just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors. Eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthetics, all that rot. Better let the dead go in peace than bury them in a grave, just for some sods to later desecrate it. In Hong Kong, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare, of course. It wasn't guaranteed they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next reconstruction day. Utter and fullness, all of it. Confronting the soul of the departed another mendicity. Mendicity? All those funds so carelessly squandered all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart, or was there something to convince himself? Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face, with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a quick goodbye that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alicia, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffin of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with a crackle of firewood. So I suppose you'll be leaving now. Oh? We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Ah. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumb Nursefather. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there is no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. And I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while. Hmm? Me? Yes, you. The LCU wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. Higher-ups didn't waste a second greenlighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation than a request for permission. Investigation? What do you... It's just rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Rather rudimentary, you know, just casually experimenting on a human, you know, everyday normal. Human experimentation. Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. Swipe or two of the skin and you maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... No, I'm not giving you consent. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get the boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. And had we allowed them, they would have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do is thank us for being a good boy and cooperate. Just in time. Our researchers are here. Alicia waved at the researchers who were filling out the funeral after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own. Just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded really ready to collapse into full-blown panic at any minute. What about you? You ain't not going with them? Oh, it's back to a long-term recovery ward for me. I've always thought scientific research was one thing that flamed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I hardly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. As soon as Alicia trudged off and with her dragged steps, the researcher seized Sinclair and carried him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you all have someone else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something I said I'd help with. Gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on the researchers to stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiment. Fuck you, Cam. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. Okay. Everyone's busy with their own thing. The only ones keeping me company were Ryoshu, who had been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffling and asking around at every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for new color fixer whereabouts. Vast was still here too, staring blankly into the air. Is she assessing the Gesellschaft? You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There is something I have intended to discuss with you and your Sinner Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? He says. Wait a minute, did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate Jissa, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me not to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstruction of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Noting his head, Helmut looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause as though though an idea crossed his mind, at the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might I know where he is, if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bowl. You there. Why don't you join us, too? Hmm? Eh? Dost thou speak of me? We were cornered by Don Quixote, and her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vesper's whereabouts took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backwards glance the moment of their the moment the captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed, there is a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of charity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2, that is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Diligent and delegation, the interpretation of the manager's speech to Center 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKA eluded mine understanding as well, prithee. Allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not Center Ryoshi's. They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present circumstances is a welcome one. It was simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. Vast hopes this is not some guileful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns the investigation into the backrooms located in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you are the ones monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation, and Center 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go into the House of Spiders right away? You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help first? Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intentions to Hohenheim. He responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There's one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilt my head, Hohenheim pushed his glasses. An apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira, she has regained consciousness. Kira! Ayaya, ayaya, ayaya. Cinco, ayaya. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state of the art. This place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other operations are if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room thick with sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on a bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look too much different from how she had appeared when I'd seen her, through the Sinner's shared vision. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the progress of the extraction? Oh, it hasn't yet begun, actually. We were waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then what what's she even doing here? There is work to be done, contingent upon information obtained only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just super prickly glare and cold shudder whenever I ask for something to pass the time? I know you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason why I should cooperate. Hano didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He only gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without so much as a forecast on the company's part, it would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and the depreciation costs of this room, even at half their current members. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to release your worth, or shall we say lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Yeah, well, with Kira, it almost felt like as if he traded the usual thorn of a sharper knife instead of twisting it right where it hurt. Undemn me as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a bazillion of you guys. Ah, so you anticipated some sort of cooperative level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicate, such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great mother of the Middle, these two considerations are likely what increase your value in the eyes of the company. Ha! You all got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck you're on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through the intermediary steps such as this. I wonder where I heard that one before. Familiar. People really do be out here just taking people's brains and just extracting it directly. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks and stimulations, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that we share a similar oh my god, such hard words, Hohenheim. Jesus. You're so freaking annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned towards the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No disregard that. That too is a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. The LCE had only just finished laying its data researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? I was still caught in the thought of when someone quite unexpectedly made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? Yo, heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut me too. That's why he did exactly that, to aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice, although sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Ha, family coming from him, a middle mutt thrown out of his kennel? Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's thrown out? The fucker Matthias was like GB, only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his brat, not surprising. It's the ST for the bowl cut too. Same taste? Oh, young Ryoshu, could it be thou also dost harbor a passionate zeal for a fixer? I quickly clapped her hand over Don Curtis' mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So what exactly is your point? The point is you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. CQ, or I'll sink you. Right this instant. What does that mean? Cooperation quietly or snack your neck completely right this instant. Sink isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it. I'll talk, if that's what you want so badly. That actually worked. Fixers who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive, the ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you taking in weird ass abbreviations? Like sync? That's so random. Who even says that? Ryoshi doesn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of a cigarette. But is this really the right call to her? We're probably people she needs to settle the score with. As if. Half her tattoos are gone, Clock. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she would bite us? Besides, no better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me, why Matthias kicked the bucket? That's cause my papa was weaker than y'all. Ha. Yeah, you're right, jerks. You're the jerk sprout, right? Kira pushed himself up. Oh, herself. I don't know why I said him. Ugh. From the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I assumed the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you'll find your weapons on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? You can't even unsheath it. You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. With Kira trailing behind us, she was looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Worried we could just go fucking kill her? I mean, that's fair.
내 작품 또 보고 떨림. 파샤.
소재가 준비됐어?
나를 불렀나? 내가
드디어 내 차례냐?
소재가
나를 불렀나? 자,
부름이라.
책임은 모두 내가 지금.
Oh, Gregor. No. Gregor's still bugged.
마침내.
No. Only a few days have passed since our last visit, but this place looked markedly different from what I remembered. The sight of the hollow frigid atmosphere and the endless stench of the corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Prithee, who might these people thither be? Looks like some shady bastard moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. For both sides, this is the team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company. Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Oh right, the teleportation company. Wayfarer Company? Partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has, on prior occasion, been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Oh wait, you know what I just realized? To be fair, they took inspiration from SCP. Them having a backrooms reference, probably like at least having a hazmat suit in the backrooms area makes a lot of sense, you know. Responsible for providing protection on prior occasion, been referred to as the new aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees also have taken to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. Ah, I remember, that company vying for W Corp's place, right? The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free-falling at this point. And these are the manager and the sinners of the LCB, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more they have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining in this investigation effort. I understand field operation units are almost always understaffed anyways. Anyway, the support you've provided is more than sufficient. The name is Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. That's the thing about it, is like you gotta remember the backrooms is basically like a second SCP. So, you know, likewise. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits you were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh yeah, was supposed to be distortion resolving specialist to the public, but what's the product part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He was referring to the monolith cell project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Herbert, T-Corp's executive director. Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? You'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors? I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head. Hang on. Says my internet's being a little shit. I think that's just my PC. Saying there's no problems. Yeah, okay. It's complaining for no reason. I don't know. It hasn't gone down, so she still gave up a sliver of the information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about the robot Unk in his room. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's gathering material. I see. What kind of material? Human guts and all that. Should come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some backstreet areas. The backstreets, Any more details? You can stop prying. You're low-key pissing me off. What? That's literally all I've got, for real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And then before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked from side to side, punched by Alan. Ugh. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise like easy, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fists being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact, the chain of actions was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... As Kira reeled from unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in cold, sharp tone. Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this? Ah, with all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Team Leader Alan, that sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies, I'll keep that in mind going forward. He gets to suck me in the face and walk off scot-free? So freaking annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Adeline. That punch just now, though, what was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology used by Wayfair Company. Let us resume the task. They're warping space? I would imagine it's something related to the doors, right? That's interesting. I'm not exactly sure how to interpret that. Interesting. Interesting. Tsuniryoshi, give Mount Allen whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But H and I, where they actually lead, it's all blurry. It seems that all the information we can provide, will that suffice? We know now that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of the intel for Wayfair Company's backdoor mapping progress, which means there's less of a chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. Alright then, I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? Hey, you don't trust me at all, huh? Then why even bring me along? And soon the elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining as well, young Honan? Just this once. There are procedures for handing over field preparations. Okay, let's see what's in here. What the... Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners, thinking... Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out the room filled with statues. Or perhaps taxidermied animals? It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit, the scale is just insane. That's the whale from the Association's Great Lakes Special Issue. Kira, who had been beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit of energy in her voice. Man, singing in real life hits different. I think Elder solo one-shots these monsters with a harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale? Doesn't look like the one we encountered though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? They're not the. Though Robert Unk did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Huh? Did she just interpret Dante? I'm just going to ignore that for now and just assume it was a mistake. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here is dead. Meh. Still looks crazy sick though. The vibes really hit. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to her side. Clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity given the presence of a certain summon in our party. Don Quixote? The eyes of the second kindred of House Tepes. What is it doing here? At that mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but following Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite of the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things. So the crimson eyeballs at Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands, bones that looked as though they had been stripped from the human body. It's a gallery of the School of Falvism, probably a main studio at that, which comes with the Maestro's atelier and an auction house. Alan, we will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Oh, hello. Turning towards the sound of the shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. That presence, it's kind of like Papa's. Ain't no way, that's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spires. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. Forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal parts curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? You? Who are you? Ah, right. Makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if my memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey and the predator's furious yet carnivorous resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're the mistress whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Bennett, was it? That's right, Emile Bennett. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse fathers. Shh, don't presume. I only remembered you because the tactility of your hides and guts made for passable artwork. Taking a trip down memory with the maestro, but I had a feeling she was in fact dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. How long until it's ready? Lockdown secrets. Longator, who had been shooting the ring rumors, an intense glare sparked by discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim, without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid that the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is by its nature a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestion that involves Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth again as though he was about to retort Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems more like grasping at straws. Arishiki? I was going to try using it anyways. I've long wanted to see if the master's death was any different. Telling him that we're just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artist of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. Is it improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed? She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryoshi is the widow of Arishiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a high generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I've no idea how much information the ring has on us, but even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshi? Doesn't matter if I'm sat or not, Clock. Think of that woman as Leihang, and do as you did in Heathcliff's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Right, that's probably our best shot. Oh, is she? Oh, is that a girl? Oh, no. Resonate with the golden bow. Secure an advantage and fight on equal footing. Catch them. Slowing down the flow of time. Even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall Maestro long enough to give us time to get away. I'll be right back. students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some possible ones that show the promise of excellence, but not Benoit. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Falsism. In mine, the gallery of Emile. Oh yeah, I guess Emile might be a female. That makes sense. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight, if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here, masterless one at that. Requiring the Arashiki makes it worth the cost. Confusion flicked across Ryoshi's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock on the house of spiders used to bind Arashiki no longer exists, so why? Why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering a relic were they false? The wind looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the master's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshi's arm and her own as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. Noticed, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihiro, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about? Now, ask your student and they will give you the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, this 6 schedules. Why, it's lamentably disappointing. I for one have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine linked like a chain. The jaw bound not by bone but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire the structural refinement. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute ago, step aside. The attack from the eager gear Hohenheim hastily brandished it didn't even last for a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities. Something abruptly stopped the beast like a pendant midway through the hurling motion. The one who intercepted the blow. Ah, shit. It was Kira, struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her still sealed blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit, this wasn't planned at all. Obviously not, she couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face could be anything other than that of utter regret. Middle? For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Ah, you must be a new kit. The new kit Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Fucked if I know. I'm already regretting it already. Regretting it, alright? Damn it. They're definitely gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Heh, must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off her opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head-on. So the behavioral facet of some psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Authorized and ready, lifting locks now. Naturally, that broke Spinot's arm. Well, then there goes the Maestro lashed out against the monstrous limb, but... Huh? 'Tis a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only most renowned fixers have displayed through the ages. Sand into the arm with her full weight, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the Master's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the floor. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone, to the door. Fast, retrieve the organic remains of Sinner 3. Ha! Called it for real. This is exactly why I don't want to get involved. Kira too seemed to have realized the risk that no one in her right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking diving in like that? You don't just stand there. Get over here now. But these guys are gonna come flooding in if I... UTTM. Want to get cleaved in half again? You pin this on me later. You're gonna pay. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but I've been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever connection between two back doors before the maestro could cross over. Oh, okay. Fortunately, Alan. Can it? Ah, Bowcut. Think you can use your arms? Ah, I'm fine. So she says. Kara would be strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Running them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case, guys, I assume you're all available right now. To Hohenheim's radio, one after the other. Huh? I guess so. Ready for order, Executive Manager. Otis, am prepared for the answer you call whenever and wherever. Hang on, I just need to finish this bite. Everyone's on me. To me! Hurrah!
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다.
31?
교단의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지는 적합한 조치였습니다. 나라도 그렇게 했습니다. 나라는
여관에 가면 또 한참을 걸어서. 다리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나.
여관에 가면 또 한참을 걸어서. 다리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요. 약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 정신도 익숙해지셨네요. 아이, 짜증나게. 보여드려야겠군요. 웬 예스. 집중은 하지 않겠습니다. 어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 텐데.
항상 저희 영감을 일깨워 주시는군요.
Yummy. It's only the first one. The impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We will merely be set by ill luck. If you'd just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have to have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you're weren't gonna trust me, weirdos? We wouldn't have opened them all at. We would have opened them all at the end of the day. What's SD? What's that? Same difference. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something, or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's WA. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This is by all measures counts as a flawless expedition. This Valvist won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf clock, and those Valvist beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they've got that much history, they must know many back doors, both the origin and the destination points. Alan clarified with what Ryoshi was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourself so much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely they would move on the House of Spiders so soon. Yeah? They could just always rush for a surprise attack, though. Even the Farthest Maestro seemed to lack clear intent on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, I feel is that they will need some time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all backdoors related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are complete, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. Aside, why couldn't I draw my blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Yoshi lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown, and then that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering, most faint, 'twas seen by all, indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Yoshi's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting towards the back doors. Seeing the scabbard brought back some memories of our area? Yoshi, is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those, nor is it a sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Alan. Please feel free to go ahead. The attackers damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away. Are we to return to headquarters research facility then? No, that won't be necessary. There is a facility here that should prove more than adequate.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠.
Relics in the sign.
비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 심금을 울리지는 못하더라도
And diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in a House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spider Pie. It does not exist is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during operation. Oh. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and the group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who had dragged him off earlier. To either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analysis device should be available for the relic now. Which means that it should be finished in an hour from now, at the latest. An hour? I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed, it almost felt like a child trembling. It's moving again. Come along, Ryoshi. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryoshi and Hohenheim handed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get to Sinclair, then wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. It was a Vespa Carabro with a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief. Ah, manager. Current snacks. Mr. String Bean ate up all of them. Sorry, but I think there's been a misunderstanding. Verge, kick his ass. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Karen also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Woolies. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. Karen's super sulky mode engaged, not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep beep, moding disabled. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Karen forgives this time, next time no mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chances I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vesper gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. Wait a minute, I was saving it for later. I assume you were being picky? Well, now you know. Yet, I still see you gobbling up my share. Ah, he took my snack too. Verge, kick his ass. Rodion Romanov kit. Russian. I'm aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each unit is being funneled into your snack expenses, and now you're raiding the LCE supplies as well? Chill, that's how it's been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that, and this is... Motherfucking... Really? No, son. The lines on Vegeta's sprout look deeper than usual today. She said the line, hoping to help him out with this endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy her own nagging. Firstly, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of this research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing in particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility to the phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. It's bound to be difficult. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign, and the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a few people could perceive it. If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool of comparative analysis and statistics samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicating no suitable reference exists. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. Do you mean people like Damien and Sanson? Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull some super powered future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonya? I should step in and put an end to such a before Roger gets the blues. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then. Right, Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Damien used to finish off Chromium, or Sanson dragging us into his story. Those could be it. Aye, that thought seems plausible. So none of the information we can confirm yet. As you've stated, any discussion of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet, ergo fear would be an unnecessary response at present. This is at best grounded in superstition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Or that bit about the sign maybe being some singularity or whatever? Yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the sign working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. Then nothing came out of them digging for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? No, I mean, I'm just kidding. Just thought I'd try to get along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changing lately for the better, I think. So did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood samples, a small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, and list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return. No, I don't know if they will ever come back, actually. Faust said they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but if for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? A paradox, it would seem. In such a case, that Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains, more fleeting than dust, to diminish to ever reverse their course or trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Not a certainty, but plausible interpretation. Here you go. Again, more of your nonsense. Only you lot understand. Oi, memory or not, the future guy still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him's got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can pull off some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? Heard you kicked off proper out there, even pulled out that trick you pulled from that plastered old geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that Mong technique quite effortlessly too. What, the glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? This is my first time hearing anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is the glowing ring thing, anyone? Maybe it's some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you real tough's one part of it, but there's got to be more, right? Don't know. Could be a secret finger thing. They pass it down to their members. Technique. Gear, something like that. Look at it. That black crony leader, the Lehing prick, the nurse Fargo we fought, the whole lot of them fingers, ain't they? The notion seems to unravel, for even among the LCD, there are some who came to wield it, and Virgilius too. So what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it? Some posh top-end trick, is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners only turned their gaze towards Virgilius and Vesper. I only learned to wield it from my team leader, too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though. They are all without proper sources. Rumors? They're circulated among elite fixers and association leadership. That there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. I remember on faces, sayest thou? Yes, even the technique to manifest it, how-to tips really spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks. The super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid, Bird was really popping off with it. Straight up aura farmed with the shiny mung wrapped around the weapon. It must be that mine eyes are yet to be privy to seeing such a marvel in the video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue, literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it? Videotape? Alas, for many a week have I been stranded in Mephi, leaving me chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Woe is me, when I return I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. As Unkiyote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing it with suspicion. From what I can recall, the Mantle of Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthetics or an augmentation, and depending on how you use it, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to ego you use. You mean to say that it extracts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you like. From what I observed, it appears to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, is it not unreasonable to assume we can make use of it? Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research, and according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn or wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Besso's brows visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgilius' lips. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits. I think he's got those yellow stripes on his clothes and he uses a harpoon too. Can you argue with that? If we're to exaggerate, even Sina Yisang's pre-contract self can manage to learn it. Why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Well, because you're the wimpiest one here? Don't let it get to you. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume its power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by the contract of sinners, your ability to wield it is severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon extraordinary circumstances. Shame that would have been useful. Hey, what about me? Can I learn it too? Milfin Earthfund didn't use any Shin or That is true, yeah! Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without stupid crutch like that. It wasn't that he didn't teach you, he couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Vesper's response always came back dripping with venom, hatred, whenever the conversation turns to the topic of fingers. Kira must have noticed it too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes. You will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal, closer to a threat than you are an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line and you will be the one who pays the price. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. But now we're just working together, not contesting that decision. Doesn't mean we have no hard feelings towards her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about what happened during LCE. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. Is it finally time we get to talk about ego? To the present conclusion first, no, the notion of the sword being sentient is incorrect. But the scabbard, an ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature, yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Shh, no sentient sword, huh? It was a reunion of sort, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? Is it too premature to deliberate on that matter? The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. They could be revived, brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is fixable and that the reconstruction of the original corporeal body fails within the realm of theoretical possibility, the possibility approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain an infinitesimal chance, but in the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labelled impossible, wouldn't it? There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for our scientists to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered the thread. Something that could lead to restoring Tsunariyoshi's memories, though, again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scab itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should be still be in the ring fathers enough of those quarters. That will be all. Before we go, anyone tag along? Munching on the food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going on by their forks and long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they're intently listening in on our conversation. Where would you go? Ah, right, sorry, I forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Fast Donkey to Ryoshu, I have been checking in on the backdoor leads. Oh, and Kyoto. The prisoner of war? Executive manager? We talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too, yeah. Best remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you'll be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Anyway, I think it would be better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight to a ring's corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hands stopped shot up at the moment I finished speaking. I'd very much like to accompany you, executive manager. I know I can rely on you, Otis. Here, you recognize my loyalty honors me. Executive manager, I, Otis, understand better than anyone the concern of peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have you, indispensable self, proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command, this cannot stand. I am afraid I won't be able to focus on my duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just kneel over the moment you summon me? Feels a bit dodgy. That better I stick up by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along then, I guess. You can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier, if shit hits the fan. Arrested to yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall rejoin you once it has found closure. I don't think I can much help. Where are you going? I'll pass. I'll follow you. That is your order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. It'll be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. But now I should go see Alan again. Hmm. Saru. The dog? Hmm.
잘 됐네.
I was waiting for you. We sifted through the isolated the doors with the highest possibility of leading into the ring's gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying that you have more to tell about gates? Doors? Yep. That door over there, pretty sure it connects to Encorp's nest. I saw Albina going in, all hyped about some canned whatever it was. And that wooden door with the bandages wrapped around it? The handle, Papa'd go in there to cross out vengeances from what the book said. It's probably a turf protected by Thumb Cecilia or something. She's far more cooperative than I'd anticipate, even after the Alan character roughed her up, from what I've heard. Yeah, you'd think she'd climb up with her out of spite. I wonder if she's changing her mind about cooperating with us. Nonetheless, we wouldn't let her guard down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Frickin', I can literally hear everything you're saying, right? You know? Alright, then based on your intel, please proceed by investigating the safest door first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Guess that means we start with those? Where do you guys want to go first? They all look about the same. Let's start with the closest one. Just as I reached for the nearest door, as Heathcliff told me, Ryoshi suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door, it feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Slipped into my mind. Sorry, it held out, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. I don't recall much about it. Memory just now. Could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Patient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other citizens. And this place is... Judging by the state, it seems to be the welfare facility located within the nest. Most likely a park. Every sudden walking here is dragging some animal along. Means they've got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. Nom nom nom. Nom nom nom. The peas clicked together, and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the Hearts of Spiders. Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Saru was a bit bigger than by then. Didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Isn't it she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Want to go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door there is connected to a park. We can go right now. That was her as a kid? Surely, such gentleness doth seem most unlike the young Ryoshu. Hey Clark, who said you could share my memories willy-nilly? No, come on. You know it's not something I can control. GG. Back in the Spice House, I was the only one who could see the visions of Ryoshi's past. This time, though, her memories seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like we experienced at the H-Corp with Hongwu, which probably means... Why are you saying me? That's so random. What the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was between Lin Dayu and Hong Lu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshi. I guess that makes sense. Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru would be locked away in a vault every time I had to depart on an assignment with a spiral driven through her. The first ever leash. Looking back, it might have been the kind of fate had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon voiceless animals, how can such wickedness be born? And what happens to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? I see, it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, he looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution, said he could give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called the Beastbone Blade, a tanto that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with every swing. Ew, no way. I always knew there was something creepy with Robert Unk, so that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saru. That tanto was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell, right now that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in its abdomens, and they stared at me in accusation, the tiny heartbeat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking, after hearing all that, why do you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you don't want to steer clear, yeah? Like, I haven't really checked out the other ring artworks outside of Albina and her nurse files, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah. Their stuff never gave me any art vibes, for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first, yet as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my tastes. There found this appeal in the grotesque creations. From what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he'll fall fail to stick to his own advice, but there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. Oh, the uncanny, the horrible. There's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. But that Barca Callisto installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for. Scabbard moved, then Ryoshi came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors crying from nightmares in the house of nut spiders? There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day? I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's... Nothing else so worth checking around here anyway. Right there. There used to be a huge artwork displayed here. So he needed to practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. What's wrong? Over there. I thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt the installation art of somewhat larger scale this time, but ran out of space in my gallery. Dearest Yoshihide, Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced to the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring that taste doesn't mean Arya will. Merciful. Let's get back to your room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. No, too big to be sorrow. Lacerated memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments were glued together. We could tell Ryoshi everything we knew about Arya, but it didn't never truly reach her. This must be Arya. Alright, time to check out the next door. Hmm? They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, another back door. Oh, get on with it. We need to move as many pieces as we can afford to before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robert Unk was washed. He got so many fanboys and fangirls here? Ah, does his artwork possess value in it of itself? Or is it just the case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them, pretty funny. But imagine how those pieces would be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques. Pretty unsavory. Yeah, to be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we've got another job to do. Let me a hand. It should be fine. Okay.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도 포기하지. 이거 못하겠습니다. 치워져요.
나라도 그렇게 했으면 되지. 이만한
짜증나게.
필요가 없진 않았군요, 단테. 적합한 조치였습니다.
What's this? The last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Yoshi kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but unfortunately no other ring members were in sight. Act like they'd been looking somewhere else. They appeared to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? A room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated as the corridor of the middle nurse father. Oh, I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks here have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedic catalogue of the notable characteristics of these corridors and of all their connections, Loki. Your correction would be most appreciated. Ignoring Anna nails as if she was going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it like she'd just locked in on a decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you, like hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so I never once regarded that fucker's room as a home. All fragments at best. As it wanted to comfort Ryoshi in the only way it could.
파우스트는 이번에야말로 완성했어요. 마에스트로님께서도 인정할 수밖에 없을 완벽한 걸작을.
I wonder if there's a school of the ring that deals with the backrooms specifically. Like it's an art to find the worlds that are beyond comprehension.
잘 됐네.
The heck? They swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? For not, I aspire thither half of thy worldly possessions. I articulated fixer figurine video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, okay? I had hella many of them anyways. The TV's gone. The couch too. Oh, those? LCE researchers hoard them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in the staff lounge. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'll be selling them off. Yeah. I seemed to be noticing something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke, with foreign nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they would become more receptive of the idea of returning those items. Assuming much, I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you all about what I know, so come this way if you want. There's doors here, made from paper and wood. Those connect to S-Corp. And that one over there, reinforced with steel, that one leads to V-Corp back streets, where so Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying which door Wayfair Company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked doors one by one. Good work. All does seem to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Unmarked door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I've got to say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them porters too. Yeah, I ain't doing anything shady like warp trades either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning a knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpass your business rivals in no time. I'm a bit hard pressed to agree with the convenient sentiment when it comes to using backdoors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over current W Corp, I'll take it as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. While this has been a workday relatively free of casualty thanks to the quality information you have provided, you understand that Wayfarer's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal spaces between paths. It's a liminal space. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secured path well secured. I'd say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. One of his precautions just in case. Maybe his dry smile and uncertain lack of reaction, if anything, are hints that he's simply seen too much to be faced by most horrors. So our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I expected. Very well then, let's take a look at this the last door. It's the door Papa used to walk in through all the time. This one connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's giant stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. Isn't that place in it the port ship that has Saloon de Melux, the private hair salon? Oh, doth it signify that we've finally made the audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most illustrious? Ah, quit it with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you're so cavalier about blasting my villainous ass back at the lake? Indeed, alas, 'tis true. The punishment wrought upon our merry band hath severely outweighed their crime. Wouldn't thou agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain as much? Ah, bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anyone more. Sweet. Then can I use them? We were regulars at the Maluk's place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle fam for a favor, and he would bring loads of coupons back home. They'd give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see, so what am I even yapping about? All excited. Looking back, I guess Papa did helicopter for me, so why? But it's also true that these guys went out of their way to get me out of there, even though they didn't know me well, so... why is it going to be so complicated? Mathis gave you the anesthetic BC. The heck's a BC? Bowl cut. Bro, listen. Like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. For some reason, Ryoshu seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. It was reminiscent of the self-satisfied look she would get after confusing us with the acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking about it, ever since Sinclair's translation became reliable enough, the students had less reason to voice their frustration with Ryoshi's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. She has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Annoying. It must have been annoying to play along at first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. It's still corny and juvenile as shit, though. I know aught of the conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer hindwards at the interests of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I need to know these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so he'd tell me about you all the time, Yoshi. Proud shit. Not a day went by when without him saying stuff like, Yoshi learned this in 2 days, or yo, this was Yoshi's fave, you know? Too bad I wasn't there here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. Once thought of him as the same as you do now, a good man at least among the nurse caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day I realized that he never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day thou sayest, pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? I don't remember when or why. Just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things were starting to get awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. But bullshit. I've never been to a school. I never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias might have been talking out of his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching you how to use these doors. I saw a baby you going, I'm off to school with Dad in the video, so I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't... As Kira went on, Ryoshi confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her, so much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshi didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean that when she said she'd never been to school and never even wanted to. A scene of her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. From school? There is a subsidiary of the Ring. Academy? You sure it was a school? Not like an art academy or something like that? Wait, that's kind of makes more sense, yeah? Must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. Yoshi muttered a few words as though they were pieces of puzzle she was assembling. Clock. You deserve a smack. Ah! Then lightly she smacked upside the head with a scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective of Matthias. Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. Though you would later find your unique style of homeschooling to be much more enlightening than trudging through any of the NES formulaic education systems. But Dad, I saw him in a picture book, and I don't have any friends here. Oh, Rian and his pointless... But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshi. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? To an academy as part of educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Of approximate age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will grow in Yoshi's growth. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can, hand puppet of the prescripts, by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice of what is right and wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situation awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. Not that it would... No, that's not quite it. It's more accurate to say that I started to understand why people's perspective... Oh, okay. Of course I would. When all we ever did was nod along to lectures and sprout purple prose. All while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Corpus techniques. Now, take a good look at the diagram here. Then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and... I don't know why we even learn about corpus stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't get it. What's the point of this slug? The point of this slug is tying the shape and shaping blood vessels to make a color that... I read that in a book. So I'm more excited to learn about Cubist techniques and this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even a part of curriculum? It's just boring, shallow gore stuff. No, yeah, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Oh, you're mad because your daddy's a lean corpus. Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just as ow. I was taught that people who said bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Actually, what set me off? I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. It was one of those tantrum kids of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy, you're home early? Oh man, must have been playing rough today, huh? You got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anyway, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay, because I punched them this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know, just taking care of some business. Just got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? Dad'll be home for you know it. Okay, is it bro business? No, it's family business. I ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. There's no sods don't learn respect lest you beat them into it. If only he had been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have been ended right there, with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle don't stop there. It never does. You heard a member of the family? That only gets you written up in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. Huh? Haha. Here you go, Yoshihiro. Is class starting already? What is it, little girl? Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it, but I got a little lost trying to find my way through the ringmaster's tricky mazes, you know? How they are. Oh yeah, and there's so many sniveling rats here. Well, as for that crime, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for ya. As for the instructors, well, anyone agreed that they did one sorry job for keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading, they clearly don't get much use of what sits on their shoulders there. How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he? Such senseless barbaric violence. Uncultured, uncivilized animal. Do not be discouraged, dear Yoshihide. I have eyed out yet another academy worthy of talents. It is much more significant and prestigious instrument this time. I assure you, even the interpreted berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna, Yoshihide. I wanna go to academy. I don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyways. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance, Matthias. It took a lot away from me, just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me, like he did the others. But he would always catch on faster than he had any right to. Made me tremble in anxiety, because I was worried about I don't remember what. But I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been something most precious thing to me in the world. It's doing the thing again. Ryoshi patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The attachment. It appeared to me as though, almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshi's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Arya, was erased by the golden bows itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring nurse father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. Huh? Yeah, No, the robot Unc was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted and even got angry on your behalf? Oh? Hazy memories almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads? Yes, decapitated heads from the incident at the academy, threaded together into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was a sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Hmm? Could have spared us the details, lass. Well, with that covered, do you think you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you. That ain't it. Look there. There's blokes walking around at a saloon. Travis, ain't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the Rings art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the farthest scale, however. This is LCB, speaking to Tina Allen, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Holy shit, guys, stop. Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle protected turf. Cause a scene and bros and sisters of the middle will be here any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Seems like you've got a GI. Talk. Ever played at whack-a-mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk through the door. She puts forth the sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. That was quick. Due to newly emergent complication past the door, we have concluded that this location is optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the ring. This location, you say? Ah, wait. The door leads to the zone under Syndicate or Wing's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fire here, then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before the fathers began rushing in through the open door. I don't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but, well, it can't be helped. I think at some point the Senate will realize, yeah, maybe we should just keep near Dante because this is getting annoying.
위험을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만 좀 무식하게 공격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다.
나쁘지 않아요.
위기를 극복하고 시련을 헤쳐나가는 해결사에 대한 로망은 있습니다. 하지만 오히려 이런 상황을 만드는 건 지금 나쁘시는 거 아닙니까?
가슴이 가장 깊은 곳까지.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처음에 보는 맛이 일 처리를 빠르게 하는 편이 더
의지할 실력을 좀 내시나? 평소에 이러면 얼마나
이 정도쯤은 연단이 떠있어.
Ugh.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
나쁘지 않네.
약지에 감긴 새 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지
Miseries.
뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품
Okay, and that about wraps up the middle's corridor. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door analog workload by 80%. Cataloging workload by 80%. Made my life a whole lot easier. So thanks to manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the thumbs corridor, but we actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need you to check some of the doors in its basement. Ah, that. In the thumbs corridor, we came across a bundle of pages detailing the comings and goings of the thumb members and the orders they were carrying. Has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in the corridor led to. Keeping up with that useless suit this whole time, huh? Useless suit? Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to. You found one of her backup ticket ports. I marked any door that needed drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here, so... I'm hearing and moving right past as though he didn't even register what was said. That deeply unconscious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city. The area's past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton. Well then. Hey, there's some more. There's someone in there. More of the ring, maybe? Going by the silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Let me see. Ah, it's the detective. Some stubbly guy, I don't know. And the annoying airy dude. Respectively? You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Fine as a fiddle. It's just a minor fall. This is the third time it's occurred. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once the consultation is over. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Greg. You made it through the explanation of the footage, both... Explanation and the footage. Both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We're right where it happened. But your arm is stable, see? Ironically, fear tends to grow more unmitigated when it's distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't see even the earliest portents of it. So don't hesitate to share your unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or I don't know. Maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. In my case, it's nothing like Don Quixote. She just needs to keep her shoes on, and it's all good. Dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me. Yeah, because your mom's a bitch. Whatever they're talking about, sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about dropping on him like this? I guess it's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him. He's showing such an IS about himself for once. Why walk away? However, Otis stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She is listening to the exchange between Moses Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right, damn it. She was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was, and it can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while footage was playing. Hopefully it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm just not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades? That's interesting, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable, like some kind of bomb counting down to unleash a disease you never know when its symptoms will set off. It was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred. Stood in completed silence, his lips drawing a hard straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that. At present, there wasn't any way to stop this transformation should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of journey left, and eventually we'll have to. No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners, even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under the inevitable pressure? I see, you're afraid you'll end up hurting us? Well, that's a first. At first I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglo. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rocking good start. But through our journey, I've begun to think of you as my comrades, and I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet thugs with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that, the same arm, my arm, a weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest, when the Hohenheim fella said that I was an exemption, the thought alone made me hope. Exemption, a potential to be harmless, weaker than even a nonchalant combatant like Yi Sung. It made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know now that how that went though, don't we? Blew up in the worst way possible. And after all that, I couldn't bring myself to fight again because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live and nothing else. It brings me back years. The memories are so clear. It's like the all happened yesterday. Best you kick me off the bus before push comes to. That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril, and it's not like leaving the bus will bring bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in the city. Now that's something I've never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglo. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Moses, Otis, and even Valencia, that piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if there's something to be measured. When I fled my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distance you from your past, you'd come to a pause and spared a look toward the path you had walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you by are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experience, both different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I just like loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even though as they lay dying, and the wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in. Aw, man. They knew we've been eavesdropping this whole time. I was actually waiting for just the right moment to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to. Well, I would have had to share this with Manager Bud or the rest of you fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but what's she doing here? TA. Temporary ally? No, temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I'm working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in this theory. Kira, do you know which door the thumbness of the father was most attached to? Huh? No? Duh. That's supposed to be obvious? Didn't you guys all see her? You think I would just chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fine, you guys, to the end, huh? Sigh. Yeah, said stuff about her generosity and all that, and fought till he died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. Really? That lad? And why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know because you've never seen him long without the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her right in the spine? You. Look, I think you might be training wrong because, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. That's not how my master has instructed me. The textbooks cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, the heck are you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshi even came home. Haha, suppose the textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, then let me redirect your question towards you, Cineryoshi. Your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the Natsana showed particular attachment to, or the door she used the most often? Why ask me? Fine, yes, I do remember. Don't even need Clock's help to piece it back together. It's that one. Metal pieces dangling from it? Holy shit, I almost died out there. What a bitch. A fucking fly. Where did those G-Corp fucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom, are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine, you know. I don't break easy. You should have been there to see me tear the head off a G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Yeah. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? Bandages for you? Is this kid serious? You've got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the fit. Well, okay, never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Sit tight. And don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been her years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile. Stopped drinking, stopped beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still neck deep in an inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic piece didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone she called the consigliere of the Thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor every day. Beatings returned, and so did the edge of her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on, why though? Sure, I was on the losing side. Well, wasn't Valencia on the winning side? A war hero at that? Ever heard of the regulations that prevent smoke war participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp nests? The common thread between those past war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult, dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes there too. But doesn't that mean that the back door will drop us into a trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Wait, me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? It was its trauma. His arms took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of an unspeakable memory coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around, isn't that so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. While her suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of M-Corp's psychotherapy centers. Fine then. Guess I'll open it up. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines with that G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. Chuckle. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Oh right, happy 15th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was, ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You are nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from a dream, but I was still in a nightmare. Why is it this green? What? I haven't gone back to Don's Kanto in a while. What the fuck? Why? Memories. What are we fighting here? Oh! He's a fix. Okay, hang on. I have an idea. Hang on.
전시 준비는 완벽하답니다.
이 떨림.
내
드디어 내 차례냐?
시선, 집중.
소재가 준비된
나를 책임은
부름이라면 기쁘게 나서죠.
저 살점을 찢으면 더 붉게 칠해지겠지?
This place. Yeah, it's a boring old office. I was kind of ready to be shook, thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Oh, of course I do. My last job before Limbus company. And my desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get the corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Lets you hide from the boss man. Outside our mind, you know. You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinking. No one will catch you. No one will think you're bothering to bother to other people. Any downside of this desk arrangement being people walk up beside me to get my attention. Higher-ups just had to holler, "Hey, vet hire," and I would scuttle right up to them, but I just can't do that. So whenever people walked up from behind, I would get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire must be about the post-war veteran special employment. Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten a job without it, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Head manager Ted? It really is you, Gregor. And I see some new faces with you. Oh, wait. Oh, you must be the account that the guys on their team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Then a new job, huh? I see you got a new employee card right there. Well, so how have you been doing? Me, same old, same old. Well enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found new work so soon. You were always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that commemorative coin, some kind of metal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me, asking how life to a fellas is, and can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. Hope no one's hounding you with vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an ex-VP messing with you like he was some war veteran himself. You know how many of us I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profited from the war, pulling himself up by the bootstraps, how he in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found, blah blah blah. I'm reaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. Oh, I get this. Remember how he used to call you special employee fellas Nepo Force a few days ago? His name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when he was choosing the fixer office for a partnership project. Ha! There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he? You know, an actual Nepo? Thought he's the president's family. Yeah, man, it's that bad. It's what anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kind of like him. They hate how in their glory days are behind them, like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a Backstreet's kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it was all doom and gloom, you know? If you ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left to go was up. You said something like that before, yeah? Well, haha, yeah. Guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh wait, look at me, running my mouth in front of customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. That's pretty unique prosthetics you have got there. No worries, but it seems that we're on our way to submit these proposals. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a sculling. Hit me up sometime, man. Let's go out and catch a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. Woohoo! I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing Gregor and his former co-worker, chatted, exhaled, and a light stream of smoke, and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seemed to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we are being to live through the nightmare of the past over and over. We are not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer in it. Both Ezra and we are both still trying to be free of the misconceptions we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include that memory. Include your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine, you're not wrong there. Manager Bud. Can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Still, live on, just live on. Yet, even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate, unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Though today, the gloomy grey seemed to give away just a hint of a blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this to be for this shadow to be fully lifted, but don't you worry, I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have to address even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told that that island figure, that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I stayed in. Ah man, those assets again. Weird. The corridor's not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. Well, we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all! Gotta kill them!
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도 포기한 이거 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요. 제대로 돌려보낼 생각은 아니시죠? 확실히 처리해야 합니다.
감상은 어떤가요?
이 정도쯤은 아리온다. 메이크 슬랩! 이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까? 괜찮은 공격이네요. 그렇게만 해주세요.
파우스트, 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간 같다.
그간의 전투에는 무슨 거 적합한 조치였습니다.
나쁘지 않아요. 이제 친해졌네요. 이제 감동적이지 않을 텐데. 따뜻하게.
이 피었잖아. 나라도 그렇게 했습니다. 나라 전수가 문제는 기억해두겠습니다.
예, 술적이네요.
도 상부의 지시인지라.
Nice.
파우스트는 이번에야말로 완성했어요. 마에스트로님께서도 인정할 수밖에 없을 완벽한 걸작을.
Index.
파시아도
이거 참 설레는구려.
What's the index doing here? Indexes. Oh, okay, that makes sense. And we ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Huh? Don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. If something occurred at the most ideal moment. You know, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over a snack, topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Then I learned that blacking out and waking up to a me-shaped indent in a keg. I was about to chow down. Doesn't make for a very relaxing break, haha. Sorry about that. I should have checked in on you guys before signing, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know. I'm taking long because I need some exercise, that's all. I appreciate your additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share any information you know about the another corridor? I hang out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super cleaning annoying little... no, that wasn't the mask dude. There was this other, Is this something you don't remember? Oh, right, Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was an Index apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, the Index apprentice, ho, pray tell, where is it that the middle and the thumb and the ring have each have an apprentice, yet the Index and Pinky lack them? It would indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace, I might recall my recollections, yet I find it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't. The representation of the Pinky and Index apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless braid has shed them and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. To Princess, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. Huh? She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, the Arishiki cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events with a critical part missing in between. I can almost imagine her giggling to herself like a creepy loner. She'd probably wear glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from an anime. I see, so that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Roshu? Let's say the world's made of strings or threads, Clock. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you've placed some of it together, it's almost... Ryoshi fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of a cigarette turning to ash, like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deets. Papa had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove seals to, like, even make full use of his sword. Honestly, yours, I think, is a trade-off. Your sword totally power grows Papa's. Buff TO. There's plenty already. Oh, so true. Guessing slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute to for this corridor? I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into any army of indexes. TPU. They rarely gather in big groups. You said that's pretty unlikely? Ow, what was that for, Yoshu? Wait, did you just hit me with that sword handle? I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Ryoshu's scabbard. Aria. Suddenly jerked to the side, promising her it was annoyed by something. I won't STS. I'll sit SYLC until you can barely walk. I swear, this isn't a slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard that it left a mark on my arm. Here. Something. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up this nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating her for her somehow. Aria? Wait, that voice just now. It sounded like Aria's. Nate, you saw that too, right? Yoshi didn't do anything. Wait, really? It really wasn't her? Nope. Then it's decided. To be fair, Sinclair, no one else did, but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be, which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him out of its own volition. Any of the sinners heard the voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, the lad's had long been overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. So features that it could have mistaken it for any of the dozen doors which walk past in other nests. What's the air the moment we walk through the door? I think this leads to a basement. He'd walk through this door. So, who are they? The index. Signs of life. They were people living down here up until just a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? We're only executing the prescripts. I've had it with these prescripts, though at least yours don't make annoying beeps. And the cells were all completely empty, save for what looked like the makeshift bathroom in each of them. This is done used to imprison individuals with the very features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Is that the conjectures is that the captors were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait. That staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Friggin' annoying, man. The heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see. Another grief and body blocking in the doorway. Move. I need to see something. The will of precept forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing your way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I'd prefer to stay away as far away as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean, prescripts. The heads! Oh my god, the heads! my god. Just reading this, I'm just like, oh no, I might actually be right. Oh, she might really be connected to the gods. Fuck. Okay. Alright, so that means who is the staff of... The staff is related to one of the gods. That medical staff is related to one of the gods, and it's not Hermes. So now my question is who is that god? I need to find out. Medical sim... Caduceus. Hermes. So it's Hermes. But she was... Well, Poseidon specifically, right? Alright, well, let's continue. But nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. Oh, this is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we're gonna get an idea where this door leads. If Rion's being used in this basement, then I'd like to know. I would like to see what's upstairs. Still, if this has anything to do with Yoshi's memories, alright then, let's push through. Executing command, execute manager. Prescripts is absolute. Is it though? Is it? That's a good question, and you are correct. Congratulations, Dante. You're smarter than the fucking rest. It is not absolute.
닥쳐와도 포기한 그건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요.
곧 끝장낼 수 있을 것 같아. 소감자들로 효율적인 마무리를 명령하시겠지.
우승할 수 있다고 생각해. 놓치면 임파스터. 저기는 땅에 떨어졌네. 이제 우리를 누가 막
Oh yeah, her skills are bit blade. I just wanted to check that.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없어. 왜? 좀 들켰어?
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 일 처리는 빠르게 하는
짜증나게.
방법이지.
이거는
빠르게 처리하지.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 이번 세대는 거기보다
빈틈 투성이군.
위기를 극복하고 시련을 헤쳐나가는 해결사에 대한 로망은 듣겠습니다. 하지만 저희로 이런 상황을 만드는 건 제발 그만두시면 안 됩니까?
감상은 어떤가요? 퇴장 시간이 되었다. 그럼
항상 저희 영광을 일깨워 주시는군요. 어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
가슴 가장 깊은 곳까지 박히도록.
What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Dweehi Star. Come on, it's not like I wanted to be the Dweehi Star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. So what's up there, up the stairs? I'm not so sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a Larry curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? The man in the cave scenario, theory, or the thought experiment. Am I seeing Araya's memories? Fuck, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check what's upstairs. Don't tell me it's... No. Is it a weaver?
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의
Are we gonna
반지는
find a weaver?
마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못.
눈 멀지 않게 조심하도록.
That would be interesting.
어떤 상황이
빠르게 처리하지.
저와도 포기한 못하겠습니다. 미치잖아요.
짜증나게.
기가 튀고
He just fucking blew himself up, didn't he?
왜 난 예술을
여간이 당신을 바리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요.
벗어날 수 있다고 생각해.
불안과 공포 그런 것들이 들끓을 때가
Can't touch this. Staying on out now.
어중간한 예술.
Why is that dodge so fucking good, man? It's ridiculous.
이 정도쯤은
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
임파스터. 저기는 짱이 떨어졌네. 이제 우리를 누가 막자는가? 어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
Weeping.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 볼수 있어. 경멸스.
다시
먹지.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
해장병같이 무릎을 꿇고 있을 때인가 심상수자 평소처럼 멱살 좋게 같이 상황을 개선해 보시지.
본인이 방금 뭘 못하니까. 엄청나게 상황을 경험해.
회장 시간이 되었다. 그럼 안녕.
그간의
항상
전투 경험이
저희
쓰는 거
영감을
없지 않아.
일깨워 주시는군요.
적합한
아이씨,
조치.
짜증나게. 볼수 있어. 경멸스.
여간이 한참을
빠르게 처리하지.
상관없지.
바리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요.
어중간한 예술.
걱정은 하지 않겠습니다.
감사는 어떤가?
이미 이길 거라고 확신하고
자세.
있습니다.
자기의 감사하도록.
Kind of a letdown. Oh no. Kind of let down when they were body blocking the door. Like there's some big secret behind it. Alright, looks like any other average family home. Cough. Oh man, I gotta get the cleanups a chore, but peeps should at least dust their homes once in a while. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings and dolls too, though it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Yeah, something must have happened here that caused the family to flee, and they've never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. The door's open, this single shooter just lying around. There was a return. Once narrowed down and the cause, it really could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Ryoshu? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every framed photo is signed singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. So this is where he escaped to, huh? Something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Ryoshi would ever see him. This is... You recognize this drawing? No, I don't.
크고 거친 궤적, 뜯겨나간 실처럼 엉망진창으로 도려내진 이 흉터들. 설마 거미집이 성공한 거야? 잠깐,
Nyan.
그럼 이럴 때가 아니지. 돌아가서
Sangria.
해줘야 해. 이 복도 어딘가에 모든 손가락이 탐낼 만한 걸작이 있다는 걸.
라만 차렌들을 뒤엎는다.
After leaving Rian's quarters, we explored the index corridor for a while. We didn't find anything that could help Yoshi back together. Anyway, now that leaves us just with the Pinky Nest's corridor. But that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guidelines make it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Okay, glad we could help. Well then, it's been a pleasure. Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. Say, to the previous ones, and even though I was certain we had traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. Where are we now? The kitchen. How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch, so I thought I'd come visit. it was must be another one who was severed away by Arashiki. Damn, you might be right. His name was Rien, the Pinky Apprentice. After all, to no one but me. When you said back at K-Corp that you cooked before, you were talking about this, huh? Yep. Oh. The scabbard's shaking. The views are glowing. One of them is yum. I mean, yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. The scabbard Araya was definitely shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshi's claim. Pretty damn bad. I'm having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What did you usually make? Boxed lunch? Boxed lunch that kids might bring to a grade school with sausages cut like octopus and tomagyokai. A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF. Didn't you know there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry? I want octopus and why are you making sausages out of an octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like an octopus. And why are we cutting the sausages into octopus shapes? Because it absorbs, that's why. Something like this? What? What's that? Sausage cut into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean it like that. Like a real life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, okay? Isn't it all SD once it gets down the gullet? Why is it important? Well, Mummy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. IDU. Huh? You're going to doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? I mean, it means I don't understand. So, that's when you say, I don't know, Mom, SMH. I can imagine or recall them in full. Sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more of the memories going over these places, do you want to check out what's upstairs too? Wait, hang on, Clockhead. Don't open the door just yet. This way, manager. In mere moments, so there was someone guiding those whelps figures. Their lead send more than fodder to the house of spiders. Stinks of wet dog. Ah, hello. Wolf mask? It really is a maester, as Emile Burot said. This place is already occupied. If you would be so kind to help me with directions, is this where Master Callisto's art is located? And unlike the fathers we had encountered thus far, she seems to make a point and act with decorum. With a subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed the air of false civility. Sure you're at the right address, lady? Robert Unk's stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I am aware. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which is why I'm mistaken for mass-produced garbage. We let them observe us too freely. What does that... The father's got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen and that Ryoshi currently has possession of Arashiki for themselves. Whether she's completed or not, Ryoshi as she is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rufo Yoshihide. The blade coveted by the five fingers, Maestro Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. Damn, you're stacked, lady. Jesus. As a docent of Fauvism, please allow me to honor the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those as unesthetic AM. As expected, Ryoshi declined Rufo's request with a curt reply. And Arya, too, rattled angrily in the docent's general direction. And I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on the usual methods of ushering. How are our odds? I don't know, she's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she is a docent of the School of Fauvism. Her position is comparable to that of a kappa of the thumb or a big sibling of the middle. Verily, that maketh her foe we may surpass, may surpass even Ricardo's might, or with a stroke of ill fortune, even Lei Hang. Nowhere near as strong as Lei Hang. Our chances are HOHOM. Half or more. I like those odds. Half or more. Dude, really? Outmodded has been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? Outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, why everyone agrees that it too is less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. His oeuvre recovered from the house were more tools than art, the sort that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now I must ask you for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observed above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the futility with which you've scarred the walls and the floor as though a frenzied beast has torn through them. There is but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you got a possible eye for art. Yoshida, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elaborate beauty? It will have been experience that departs from the dilapidated remnants that dubs itself corpism, a movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpse that once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began pulling on empty definitions onto itself. We dare ourselves to ask a question that challenges the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean? To trace the origin, how do we define that which we call la fauve? These are subject matters that have led us into the field of fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. Worth in what you may have learned from the teacher like Callisto. Never considered him a teacher, not a real one anyways. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I consider some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the rings art, or not. I can't remember. Will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue? Didn't the sight you claim to have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos, but at a glance, but upon closer observation, it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as a connecting suture. Your blade work, too, shows such multi-layeredness mere keenness often entails mundanity, yet you have transcended such limits by scorching the tail end of each slash, truly a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that you fail to recognize the beauty that lies in grotesque. You do little beyond paintings, the hell reflected in their eyes, and call that shallow. Hell's beauty. The sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant. Wrath unbound from the yoke of reason. The fading gleam of despair in the hewn. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signifies, instead observing over the cursory qualities of what is left, what is behind. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Puntilis, Falvisus, Superomusus, Blauritas, Cubists. I visited my share of ring galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols, caked in patchworks of empty shells. You are your art, both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Access is easy, anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct, the art of abbreviation. Alas, it all is one by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds the things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this? A minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetic goes beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immacularity, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. Sangria. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distract lack of any meaningful striking qualities that elevates your art above that of Falvism. Painters were the stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. More subjective than that of art. At the end of the day, then I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, a docent of Lefalvism, shall personally welcome you to my critique session.
얼간이들이 흥겨워하는군. 대체로 자랄 때는 이유가 있는 법입니다. 이유를 잡아 펼쳐보시죠.
자꾸 보면 다른다.
At least she doesn't stand the exact same way as
빠르게 처리하지.
나가서 싸워. 비는 내가 봐주지. 먹지.
oh, I'm gonna be out this for a bit.
감동적이지 않을 수 없네.
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 익숙해지면
빈틈투성이군. 스켈레터.
Oh, it's Kira.
거기서 지켜보시죠.
임파스터. 저대로 돌려보낼 생각은 아니시죠? 확실히 처리해야 합니다.
Hmm.
어중간한 예술. 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에. 우리를 보고 뭘 본 것인가? 나를 놈을.
건드렸겠다.
Ow.
한 상황에 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
나라도 그렇게 했으면 이만하면 불구고
이 정도쯤은. 브레이크 슬랩. 임파스터. 예술적인 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중 보고 이따가 보스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
Well, it is favored. Nice.
저기는 땅이 떨어졌네. 이제 우리를 누가 막겠는가?
She's dominating that. Okay. Alright, who's lowest SP? Greg.
나선 속을 벗어날 수 없는
아이씨, 짜증나게.
자비에 감사드리지. 그 도저히 알아들을 수 없는 마스터의 중심에
신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이란다.
Nah, she's nearly down to stagger.
그래요. 그렇게 가만히 있으면 상처난 고기는
Nice, staggered.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
First two skills that I need to worry about. Shit. Alright, I'm gonna have to go for the assisted defense.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 팩트. 이 전투는 승리. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
다시 먹지.
Geck.
반달리기는 사절이란다.
바이올렛. 메이크 슬랩. 자, 동료들이여. 자세를 갖추고 저들을 맞이하세. 우리를 가로막는 저 시련을 해치우고 끝나지 않는 모험을 향하여.
Put you in the back there. Neutral. Yeah, that's... Oh. No, I just need to worry about that first one. Okay. God, how strong is her fucking dodge, man? It's so ridiculous.
양감이 떠올랐어.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
퇴장 시간이 되었다. 그럼 안녕.
항상 저희 양감이 짜증나게 와주십시오.
건드렸겠다.
Whee! Get fucked.
그럼 네 발목을 잘라버리면
걱정은 하지 않겠습니다. 어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
Yoshi might be one of the only ones that could probably clash with us straight up. Let's see if this goes.
지켜보고 있었지.
Oh, that's annoying. The bleed! She killed herself with bleed. Oh, that's so funny.
다들 고생했다. 부조장한텐 내가 말해둘 테니까 뒤처리 끝나면 뜨끈하게 목욕탕에 가서 몸부터 씻자고.
Yeah. See, you're already looking much better, better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement? I already answered that. But you'll need time under the father's swing, at least until you fully cultivate your movement, perhaps. I don't suppose these words have any meaning now. Then sand it down upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for. Dead. And here I thought at least her last words were going to be succinct. The ring. Yes, we've been an officer of the fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this as a pretty definite win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was finding my ass off out there. Yeah, Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed a significant margin even if you had not been here, Kira. This is more like it. We won't have to freak out over a mere BB any longer as we're any more along as we're with clock. Ha, don't start congratulating yourselves for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive man. Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all. To people who used to be much stronger like Otis or Don Quixote. Really, speak not such folly, for joy of my compatriots is my own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right, it's not like we have shortages of doors in here. Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so that we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave this room? Ishmael walked out through the door we entered through and appeared from behind us. Oh shit, where did the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, it can't be that easy. No longer feel free to travel the mountains and cliffs the feet carry me as the other members of the Pinky are. Ha, so this is what she meant. Cross the broken door we might, however, it avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse's azure corridor. Room now locked in a loop without a starting point. Won't matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do? Our rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike warp trains, it will most approximately be a week or two from the present before we can return. That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days. Thanks, Rodia. So let's. Didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we were about to walk into one of the L-Corp branches of a dungeon, so yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. There's no exit. We cut open our own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No, the sword it still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory will slice away this time, but it'll be something recent or one I held dear. Wait, don't be so bloody rash about it. Heath suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshi's arm. What? Didn't you hear? The nerds will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nice in its scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the roof and entered out one of the doors up there? There's thousands of them. But by doing so, we'll be putting ourselves in greater risk. That of casting ourselves into an endless maze that is the corridor. Brickworld Meister wanders into his room. The Wolf Lady's last words, man. I'm seeing red flags. The flags. Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? It'll only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been fun next Gershon clock. Ah, I get it. So she's gonna try repairing her memories enough that she's okay with. Hmm. Ah, welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every backdoor within the House of Spiders? Our Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us, not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. I'm speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sort. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for war or something? I feel like there isn't enough alarm in your voice considering the considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Unless you asked to know? Ah, I thought everyone knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen, W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. You call us the aspirant W Corp? We call Limbus Company the aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp is still kicking, despite its rapid decline in recent years. And as we know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've got the military force to back them, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking, though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking. Either way, with fruitful collaboration, this will reflect pretty well on our performance metrics, and we don't even have to suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. And shared with Hohenheim everything that's happened so far. Conflict. So we instead just decided to have Ryoshi's memory and sword re-examined. Wait, Hohenheim, results out yet? Not yet, assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago it would take 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Cough, this room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mine's slowing down a tad. You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Then speed up. Glass is gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect things. Things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative. But the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is incredibly fast turnaround and therefore deserves your appreciation. I've been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is evident truth that such a result would not be replicable had it not been for my genius brain. Go out in the hallways, grab a passing researcher and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you will hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that, I will answer, STFU. Evidently tired of the two sinners alternating turns handing him for results, Hohenheim seems to speed up the analysis and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Whoa, done already? Yes, this seems to there are times when the test results are extracted earlier than projected time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributed to my genius at work. Then why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR right now. You'd tell me to shut the fuck up, so I'm attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. Ha, you think Yoshida would ever use known acronyms straight? What if it's something like sheesh, that's a full day unwind after work though. And your verdict on her interpretation? Pff, this is exactly what I mean. She might be better than MTL in some ways. How she lies as she breathes. At the moment I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling atop the examination device. Giggling. Very well then, I'll get straight to it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the man who worked with manager Sard? Effie? I would have asked in past tense had it been him who I was referring to. I'm glad Miss Sard wasn't here for that. That kid, right, I don't remember his name. She forgot Pilot's name? That she did, among other things. Other mechanistically deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she fed to a seagull. Fie upon it! Dost thou say that the memories of most precious to young Ryoshi and me have been thrown to utter destruction? Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it, for the price of unsheathing a sword like that? If you're going to be by sheer volume, I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. It erased several days' worth of memories just from single swing, didn't it? Like, they kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and Heath forget stuff all the time. How's this any different? Sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard Arya Shiki, or to be more precise, the power of Arya's ego. That's so? Well, it takes a rather significant time. The scabbard seems to, yes, capable of selecting which of the sinners Ryoshi's memories are to be erased as a cost of using Arya Shiki. But Ryoshi regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. It's got like a cooldown timer, so she can't use it whenever, as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories. Shit. Oh, okay. I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as true. The memories of the time when you were complimented for your cooking was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, according to our measures, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It's become rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So have her memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to recall the erased being's existences have resulted in failure. Not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in the negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Ryoshi said, forgotten but not lost. Clock? You've just stepped foot in the world of Sangria. She flashes the briefest of smiles and scatters it away like with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. What used to be here in the pockets of void in my heart, me, on my own, one and only. Unperceivable. A few more days pass us by. He visits side pilot in recovery, did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress the distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. With all those loose ends tied up, we managed to finally, after so long, kind of feels like we're home again. Return to the bus. Bus, sweet bus. The chair could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Damn, this is your ride? Hella badass. Heh. Between the two individuals who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. Asking Alan to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest keep. Keep driving through the door and it will bring you right to an empty spot on a highway. Don't hesitate to hit the brakes because if by any chance there is a car driving behind you, it will crash into your bus. Nods. So what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did you? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing of your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told him I had some stuff to help you with. You let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Social confinement, hell, boring. So I thought I might as well get some air. Might as well say goodbye to them, too, while I'm out and about, right? I see. You exploited the fact that new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as the exceptions to the... right. The person in charge of the training is currently checked into long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. I'd best include this in the report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Time for a valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easy as I expected it to. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate it if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. Fuck you, Faust. Well, I'm not very partial to mathematics statistics like the probability theory. I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then. Hey, Yoshihide. What? I wouldn't say we're failing exactly, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you, and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, SYL? Did I do it right? Ugh. Acronym it to the L. And call me Ryoshi, not Yoshihide. Prefer the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place, the bus wheels finally began to turn. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Oh, right. Where are we heading next? No, that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Faint, knowing smile as though to confirm Ishmael's prismatic mark, then delivered a comment that sounded too light-hearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let's just say that it's high time we faced such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we are now en route to N Corp. So, we are going there, after all. N Corp. Lands your faces there, I'd rather not say. As the restlesses voiced their various gripes and discontent with N Corp, Merceau, who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing, Blum Blum. With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. Oh, God. Fuck, man. Shit. That's interesting. We didn't get too much about Greg, although seeing his past was nice, I guess.
기능보다
I have to farm. Although I'll hop off for today, it's getting late. I'll have to do